New HSK Level 4 1000 Basic Words Flashcards.
阿姨
Aunt, childcare worker, woman of similar age to one's parents.
阿姨
Aunt, childcare worker, woman of similar age to one's parents.
啊
Modal particle ending sentence, showing affirmation, approval, or consent.
啊
Modal particle ending sentence, showing affirmation, approval, or consent.
矮
Low, short.
矮
Low, short.
矮小
Short and small, low and small, undersized.
矮小
Short and small, low and small, undersized.
爱国
To love one's country, patriotic.
爱国
To love one's country, patriotic.
爱护
To cherish, to treasure, to take care of, to love and protect.
爱护
To cherish, to treasure, to take care of, to love and protect.
安
Content, calm, still, quiet, safe, secure, to install, to fix, to fit.
安
Content, calm, still, quiet, safe, secure, to install, to fix, to fit.
安置
To find a place for, to help settle down, to arrange for.
安置
To find a place for, to help settle down, to arrange for.
按时
On time, before deadline, on schedule.
按时
On time, before deadline, on schedule.
暗
Dark, gloomy.
暗
Dark, gloomy.
暗示
To hint, to suggest, suggestion, hint.
暗示
To hint, to suggest, suggestion, hint.
巴士
Bus.
巴士
Bus.
百货
Department store, general merchandise.
百货
Department store, general merchandise.
摆
A pendulum, swing.
摆
A pendulum, swing.
摆动
To sway, to swing, to move back and forth, to oscillate.
摆动
To sway, to swing, to move back and forth, to oscillate.
摆脱
To break away from, to cast off, to free oneself from, to extricate oneself.
摆脱
To break away from, to cast off, to free oneself from, to extricate oneself.
败
To defeat, to lose, to fail.
败
To defeat, to lose, to fail.
办事
To handle, to work.
办事，
To handle, to work.
包裹
To wrap up, to bind up, bundle, parcel, package.
包裹，
To wrap up, to bind up, bundle, parcel, package.
包含
To contain, to embody, to include.
包含，
To contain, to embody, to include.
包括
To comprise, to include, to involve, to incorporate, to consist of.
包括，
To comprise, to include, to involve, to incorporate, to consist of.
薄
Thin.
薄，
Thin.
宝
Jewel, gem, treasure, precious.
宝，
Jewel, gem, treasure, precious.
宝宝
Baby, darling.
宝宝，
Baby, darling.
宝贝
Treasured object, treasure, darling, baby.
宝贝，
Treasured object, treasure, darling, baby.
宝贵
Valuable, precious, to value, to treasure, to set store by.
宝贵，
Valuable, precious, to value, to treasure, to set store by.
宝石
Precious stone, gem.
宝石，
Precious stone, gem.
保密
To keep something confidential, to maintain secrecy.
保密，
To keep something confidential, to maintain secrecy.
保守
Conservative, to guard, to keep.
保守，
Conservative, to guard, to keep.
抱
To hold, to carry, to hug, to embrace, to surround, to cherish.
抱，
To hold, to carry, to hug, to embrace, to surround, to cherish.
背景
Background, backdrop, context.
背景，
Background, backdrop, context.
倍
Times, double, to increase or multiply.
倍，
Times, double, to increase or multiply.
被迫
To be compelled, to be forced.
被迫，
To be compelled, to be forced.
本科
Undergraduate course, undergraduate.
本科，
Undergraduate course, undergraduate.
笨
Stupid, foolish, silly, slow-witted, clumsy.
笨、
stupid, foolish, silly, slow-witted, clumsy.
比分
Score.
比分、
score.
毕业
Graduation, to graduate, to finish school.
毕业、
graduation, to graduate, to finish school.
毕业生
Graduate.
毕业生、
graduate.
避
To avoid, to escape, to keep away from.
避、
to avoid, to escape, to keep away from.
避免
To prevent, to avoid, to refrain from.
避免、
to prevent, to avoid, to refrain from.
编
To weave, to plait, to organize, to group, to arrange, to edit, to compile, to write, to compose, to fabricate.
编、
to weave, to plait, to organize, to group, to arrange, to edit, to compile, to write, to compose, to fabricate.
辩论
Debate, argument, to argue over.
辩论、
debate, argument, to argue over.
标志
Sign, mark, symbol, logo, to symbolize, to indicate, to mark.
标志、
sign, mark, symbol, logo, to symbolize, to indicate, to mark.
表情
Expression, to express one's feelings, expression.
表情、
expression, to express one's feelings, expression.
表扬
To praise, to commend.
表扬、
to praise, to commend.
别
To leave, to depart, to separate, to distinguish, to classify, to pin, to stick in.
别、
to leave, to depart, to separate, to distinguish, to classify, to pin, to stick in.
冰
Ice.
冰、
ice.
冰箱
Refrigerator, fridge, freezer.
冰箱、
refrigerator, fridge, freezer.
冰雪
Ice and snow.
冰雪、
ice and snow.
冰
Soldiers, a force, an army, weapons, arms, military.
冰、
soldiers, a force, an army, weapons, arms, military.
并
To combine, to join, to merge.
并、
to combine, to join, to merge.
不要紧
Unimportant, not serious, it doesn't matter, never mind, it looks all right, but.
不要紧，
Unimportant, not serious, it doesn't matter, never mind, it looks all right, but.
不在乎，
Not to care.
不在乎，
Not to care.
不管，
Not to be concerned, regardless of, no matter.
不管，
Not to be concerned, regardless of, no matter.
不然，
Not so, no, or else, otherwise, if not, how about.
不然，
Not so, no, or else, otherwise, if not, how about.
布置，
To put in order, to arrange, to decorate, to fix up, to deploy.
布置，
To put in order, to arrange, to decorate, to fix up, to deploy.
步行，
To go on foot, to walk.
不行，
To go on foot, to walk.
擦，
To wipe, to erase, rubbing, to clean, to polish.
擦，
To wipe, to erase, rubbing, to clean, to polish.
才，
Ability, talent, a capable individual, only then, just now.
才，
Ability, talent, a capable individual, only then, just now.
材料，
Material, data, makings, stuff.
材料，
Material, data, makings, stuff.
财产，
Property, assets, estate.
财产，
Property, assets, estate.
财富，
Wealth, riches.
财富，
Wealth, riches.
遍访，
To interview, to gather news, to hunt for and collect, to cover.
遍访，
To interview, to gather news, to hunt for and collect, to cover.
参考，
Consultation, reference, to consult, to refer.
参考，
Consultation, reference, to consult, to refer.
参与，
To participate.
参与，
To participate.
操场，
Playground, sports field, drill ground.
操场，
Playground, sports field, drill ground.
操作，
To work, to operate, to manipulate.
操作，
To work, to operate, to manipulate.
测，
To survey, to measure, to conjecture.
测，
To survey, to measure, to conjecture.
测量，
Survey, to measure, to gauge, to determine.
测量、
survey, to measure, to gauge, to determine.
测试、
To test, test, quiz, exam, beta.
测试、
To test, test, quiz, exam, beta.
曾、
Once, already, ever, former, previously.
曾、
Once, already, ever, former, previously.
茶叶、
Tea, tea leaves.
茶叶、
Tea leaves.
产品、
Goods, merchandise, product.
产品、
Goods, merchandise, product.
长途、
Long distance.
长途、
Long distance.
尝试、
Common sense, general knowledge.
尝试、
Common sense, general knowledge.
唱片、
Record, music CD, musical album.
唱片、
Record, music CD, musical album.
抄、
To copy.
抄、
To copy.
抄写、
To copy, to transcribe.
抄写、
To copy, to transcribe.
潮、
Tide, damp, moist, humid.
潮、
Tide, damp, moist, humid.
潮流、
Tide, current, trend.
潮流、
Tide, current, trend.
潮湿、
Damp, moist.
潮湿、
Damp, moist.
彻底、
Thorough, thoroughly, complete.
彻底、
Thorough, thoroughly, complete.
沉、
To submerge, to immerse, to sink, to keep down.
沉、
To submerge, to immerse, to sink, to keep down.
沉默、
Taciturn, uncommunicative, silent.
沉默、
Taciturn, uncommunicative, silent.
沉重、
Heavy, hard, serious, critical.
沉重、
Heavy, hard, serious, critical.
称赞、
To praise, to acclaim, to commend, to compliment.
称赞、
To praise, to acclaim, to commend, to compliment.
成人、
Adult.
成人、
Adult.
诚实，
honest, honesty, honorable, truthful.
诚实，
honest, honesty, honorable, truthful.
诚信，
genuine, honest, in good faith, honesty, integrity.
诚信，
genuine, honest, in good faith, honesty, integrity.
承担，
to undertake, to assume.
承担，
to undertake, to assume.
承认，
to admit, to concede, to recognize, recognition, to acknowledge.
承认，
to admit, to concede, to recognize, recognition, to acknowledge.
承受，
to bear, to support, to inherit.
承受，
to bear, to support, to inherit.
程序，
procedures, sequence, computer program.
程序，
procedures, sequence, computer program.
吃惊，
to be startled, to be shocked, to be amazed.
吃惊，
to be startled, to be shocked, to be amazed.
迟到，
to arrive late.
迟到，
to arrive late.
尺，
a Chinese foot, 1/3 of a meter, a ruler, a tape measure.
尺，
a Chinese foot, 1/3 of a meter, a ruler, a tape measure.
尺寸，
size, dimension, measurement.
尺寸，
size, dimension, measurement.
尺子，
rule, ruler.
尺子，
rule, ruler.
冲，
to rush, to charge, to rinse, to flush, punched.
冲，
to rush, to charge, to rinse, to flush, punched.
充电，
to recharge batteries, figure to rest and recuperate.
充电，
to recharge batteries, figure to rest and recuperate.
充电器，
battery charger.
充电器，
battery charger.
充分，
ample, sufficient, adequate, full, fully, to the full.
充分，
ample, sufficient, adequate, full, fully, to the full.
虫子，
insect, bug, worm.
虫子，
insect, bug, worm.
抽，
to draw out, to pull out from in between, extraction.
抽，
to draw out, to pull out from in between, extraction.
抽奖，
to draw a prize, a lottery, a raffle.
抽奖，
To draw a prize, a lottery, a raffle.
抽烟、
To smoke.
抽烟、
To smoke.
出口、
An exit, to export.
出口、
An exit, to export.
出色、
Remarkable, outstanding.
出色、
Remarkable, outstanding.
出售、
To sell, to offer for sale, to put on the market.
出售、
To sell, to offer for sale, to put on the market.
出席、
To attend, to participate, present.
出席、
To attend, to participate, present.
处于、
To be in.
处于、
To be in.
处、
Place, point, office, department, bureau.
处、
Place, point, office, department, bureau.
穿上、
To put on.
穿上、
To put on.
传统、
Tradition, traditional, convention, conventional.
传统、
Tradition, traditional, convention, conventional.
窗户、
Window.
窗户、
Window.
窗台、
Window sill, window ledge.
窗台、
Window sill, window ledge.
窗子、
Window.
窗子、
Window.
春季、
Spring, springtime.
春季、
Spring, springtime.
纯、
Pure.
纯、
Pure.
纯净水、
Purified water.
纯净水、
Purified water.
词汇、
Vocabulary, list of words, word.
词汇、
Vocabulary, list of words, word.
此、
This, these.
此、
This, these.
此外、
Besides, in addition, moreover, furthermore.
此外、
Besides, in addition, moreover, furthermore.
次、
Next in sequence, secondary.
次、
Next in sequence, secondary.
刺、
Thorn, sting, thrust, to prick, to stab.
刺、
thorn, sting, thrust, to prick, to stab.
刺激，
To stimulate, to provoke.
刺激，
To stimulate, to provoke.
从此，
From now on, since then, henceforth.
从此，
From now on, since then, henceforth.
粗，
Coarse, rough, thick, unfinished, vulgar, rude, crude.
粗，
Coarse, rough, thick, unfinished, vulgar, rude, crude.
粗心，
Careless, thoughtless.
粗心，
Careless, thoughtless.
促进，
To promote, to advance, boost.
促进，
To promote, to advance, boost.
促使，
To induce, to prompt, to urge, to impel.
促使，
To induce, to prompt, to urge, to impel.
促销，
To promote sales.
促销，
To promote sales.
措施，
Measure, step.
措施，
Measure, step.
打，
To beat, to strike.
打，
To beat, to strike.
答案，
Answer, solution.
答案，
Answer, solution.
打败，
To defeat, to overpower, to beat, to be defeated.
打败，
To defeat, to overpower, to beat, to be defeated.
打雷，
To rumble with thunder, clap of thunder.
打雷，
To rumble with thunder, clap of thunder.
打扫，
To clean, to sweep.
打扫，
To clean, to sweep.
打折，
To give a discount.
打折，
To give a discount.
打针，
To give or have an injection.
打针，
To give or have an injection.
大巴，
Coach.
大巴，
Coach.
大多，
For the most part, many, most, the greater part, mostly.
大多，
For the most part, many, most, the greater part, mostly.
大方，
Generous, magnanimous, stylish, in good taste, easy-mannered, natural and relaxed.
大方，
Generous, magnanimous, stylish, in good taste, easy-mannered, natural and relaxed.
大哥，
Eldest brother, big brother, gang leader, boss.
大哥，
Eldest brother, big brother, gang leader, boss.
大规模，
Large scale, extensive, wide scale, broad scale.
大规模，
Large scale, extensive, wide scale, broad scale.
大会，
General assembly, general meeting, convention.
大会，
General assembly, general meeting, convention.
大姐，
Big sister, elder sister, older sister.
大姐，
Big sister, elder sister, older sister.
大楼，
Building.
大楼，
Building.
大陆，
Continent, mainland.
大陆，
Continent, mainland.
大妈，
Father's elder brother's wife, aunt.
大妈，
Father's elder brother's wife, aunt.
大型，
Large, large scale.
大型，
Large, large scale.
大爷，
Father's older brother, uncle. Term of respect for older man.
大爷，
Father's older brother, uncle. Term of respect for older man.
大众，
The masses, the great bulk of the population.
大众，
The masses, the great bulk of the population.
代替，
To replace, to take the place of.
代替，
To replace, to take the place of.
待遇，
Treatment, pay, salary.
待遇，
Treatment, pay, salary.
袋，
Pouch, bag, sack, pocket.
袋，
Pouch, bag, sack, pocket.
戴，
To put on or wear.
袋，
To put on or wear.
担保，
To guarantee, to vouch for.
担保，
To guarantee, to vouch for.
担任，
To hold a governmental office or post, to assume office of, to take charge of, to serve as.
担任，
To hold a governmental office or post, to assume office of, to take charge of, to serve as.
担心，
Anxious, worried, uneasy, to worry, to be anxious.
担心，
Anxious, worried, uneasy, to worry, to be anxious.
单，
Bill, list, form, single, only, sole, odd number.
单，
Bill, list, form, single, only, sole, odd number.
单纯，
simple, pure, unsophisticated, merely, purely.
单纯，
simple, pure, unsophisticated, merely, purely.
单调，
monotonous,
单调，
monotonous.
单独，
alone, by oneself, on one's own.
单独，
alone, by oneself, on one's own.
淡，
pale, light, tasteless.
淡，
pale, light, tasteless.
导游，
tour guide,
导游，
tour guide.
导致，
to lead to cause, to bring about.
导致，
to lead to cause, to bring about.
倒闭，
to go bankrupt, to close down.
倒闭，
to go bankrupt, to close down.
倒车，
to change buses, trains, etc.
倒车，
to change buses, trains, etc.
倒车，
to reverse, to drive backwards.
倒车，
to reverse, to drive backwards.
得意，
proud of oneself, pleased with oneself, complacent.
得意，
proud of oneself, pleased with oneself, complacent.
得，
to have to, must, ought to need to.
得，
to have to, must, ought to need to.
灯光，
lighting, light.
灯光，
lighting, light.
灯，
to ascend, to publish.
灯，
to ascend, to publish.
登记，
to register.
登记，
to register.
登录，
to register, to log in.
登录，
to register, to log in.
登山，
to climb a mountain, climbing, mountaineering.
登山，
to climb a mountain, climbing, mountaineering.
的确，
really, indeed.
的确，
really, indeed.
敌人，
enemy.
敌人，
enemy.
底，
background, bottom, base, end.
底，
background, bottom, base, end.
地方，
region, regional, local.
地方，
region, regional, local.
地面、
floor, ground, surface.
地面、
floor, ground, surface.
地位、
Position, status, place.
地位、
position, status, place.
地下、
Underground, subterranean, covert.
地下、
underground, subterranean, covert.
地址、
Address.
地址、
address.
典型、
Model, typical case, archetype, typical, representative.
典型、
model, typical case, archetype, typical, representative.
点名、
Roll call, to mention somebody by name, by name.
点名、
roll call, to mention somebody by name, by name.
电灯、
Electric light.
电灯、
electric light.
电动车、
Electric scooter, electric vehicle.
电动车、
electric scooter, electric vehicle.
电梯、
Elevator, escalator.
电梯、
elevator, escalator.
电源、
Electric power source.
电源、
electric power source.
顶、
Top, to carry on the head, measure word for hats.
顶、
top, to carry on the head, measure word for hats.
定、
To set, to fix, to determine, to decide, to order.
定、
to set, to fix, to determine, to decide, to order.
冬季、
Winter.
冬季、
winter.
动画片、
Animated film.
动画片、
animated film.
动摇、
To sway, to waver, to rock, to rattle, to destabilize, to pose a challenge to.
动摇、
to sway, to waver, to rock, to rattle, to destabilize, to pose a challenge to.
豆腐、
Tofu, bean curd.
豆腐、
tofu, bean curd.
独立、
Independent, independence, to stand alone.
独立、
independent, independence, to stand alone.
独特、
Unique, distinct, having special characteristics.
独特、
unique, distinct, having special characteristics.
独自、
Alone.
独自、
alone.
堵
To stop up, stifled or suffocated, wall, classifier for walls.
堵
To stop up, stifled or suffocated, wall, classifier for walls.
堵车
Traffic jam, to get congested.
堵车
Traffic jam, to get congested.
肚子
Belly, abdomen, stomach.
肚子
Belly, abdomen, stomach.
度过
To pass, to spend, to survive, to get through.
度过
To pass, to spend, to survive, to get through.
锻炼
Exercise, workout, to exercise, to train oneself.
锻炼
Exercise, workout, to exercise, to train oneself.
对比
To contrast, contrast, ratio.
对比
To contrast, contrast, ratio.
对付
To handle, to deal with, to cope, to get by with.
对付
To handle, to deal with, to cope, to get by with.
对于
Regarding, as far as something is concerned, with regards to.
对于
Regarding, as far as something is concerned, with regards to.
多次
Many times, repeatedly.
多次
Many times, repeatedly.
多年
Many years.
多年
Many years.
多样
Diverse, diversity, manifold.
多样
Diverse, diversity, manifold.
多种
Many kinds of, multiple, diverse, multi.
多种
Many kinds of, multiple, diverse, multi.
恶心
Nausea, to feel sick, disgust, nauseating, to embarrass.
恶心
Nausea, to feel sick, disgust, nauseating, to embarrass.
儿童
Child,
儿童
Child.
儿
and, while, but, yet, as well as.
儿
And, while, but, yet, as well as.
而是
Rather,
而是
Rather.
耳机
headphones, earphones, telephone receiver.
耳机
Headphones, earphones, telephone receiver.
二手
Indirectly acquired, secondhand, assistant.
二手
Indirectly acquired, secondhand, assistant.
发挥，
To display, to exhibit, to bring out implicit or innate qualities.
发挥，
To display, to exhibit, to bring out implicit or innate qualities.
发票，
Invoice, receipt or bill for purchase.
发票，
Invoice, receipt or bill for purchase.
发烧，
To have a high temperature, to have a fever.
发烧，
To have a high temperature, to have a fever.
法，
Law, method, way, Buddhist teaching, legalist.
法，
Law, method, way, Buddhist teaching, legalist.
法官，
Judge,
法官，
Judge.
法律，
law,
法律，
Law.
法院，
court of law, court.
法院，
Court of law, court.
翻，
To turn over, to flip over, to overturn, to translate, to double.
翻，
To turn over, to flip over, to overturn, to translate, to double.
翻译，
To translate, to interpret, translator, interpreter, translation, interpretation.
翻译，
To translate, to interpret, translator, interpreter, translation, interpretation.
烦，
To feel vexed, to bother, to trouble, superfluous and confusing, edgy.
烦，
To feel vexed, to bother, to trouble, superfluous and confusing, edgy.
反，
Contrary, in reverse, inside out or upside down, to reverse, to return, to oppose, opposite, against, anti-dash, to rebel.
反，
Contrary, in reverse, inside out or upside down, to reverse, to return, to oppose, opposite, against, anti-dash, to rebel.
反而，
Instead, on the contrary, contrary.
反而，
Instead, on the contrary, contrary.
反应，
To mirror, to reflect, mirror image, reflection, to report, to make known, to render.
反应，
To mirror, to reflect, mirror image, reflection, to report, to make known, to render.
方，
Square, power or involution, method, prescription, just when, only or just.
方，
Square, power or involution, method, prescription, just when, only or just.
方案，
Plan, program, proposal, proposed bill.
方案，
Plan, program, proposal, proposed bill.
方针，
Policy, guidelines.
方针，
Policy, guidelines.
放松，
To loosen, to relax.
放松，
To loosen, to relax.
非，
To not be, not, wrong, incorrect, non, un, in, to reproach or blame, to insist on, simply must.
非，
To not be, not, wrong, incorrect, non, un, in, to reproach or blame, to insist on, simply must.
肥，
Fat, fertile, loose-fitting or large, to fertilize, to become rich by illegal means, fertilizer, manure.
肥，
Fat, fertile, loose-fitting or large, to fertilize, to become rich by illegal means, fertilizer, manure.
分布，
To scatter, to distribute, to be distributed, distribution.
分布，
To scatter, to distribute, to be distributed, distribution.
分散，
To scatter, to disperse, to distribute.
分散，
To scatter, to disperse, to distribute.
分手，
To part company, to split up, to break up.
分手，
To part company, to split up, to break up.
分为，
To divide something into, to subdivide.
分为，
To divide something into, to subdivide.
分支，
Indicating a fraction.
分支，
Indicating a fraction.
分分，
One after another, in succession, one by one.
纷纷，
One after another, in succession, one by one.
奋斗，
To strive, to struggle.
奋斗，
To strive, to struggle.
风格，
Style.
风格，
Style.
风景，
Scenery, landscape.
风景，
Scenery, landscape.
风俗，
Social custom.
风俗，
Social custom.
封闭，
To seal, to close, to confine, to seal off, to close down, sealed, confined, closed.
封闭，
To seal, to close, to confine, to seal off, to close down, sealed, confined, closed.
否则，
If not, otherwise, else, or else.
否则，
If not, otherwise, else, or else.
夫妇，
A married couple, husband and wife.
夫妇，
A married couple, husband and wife.
夫妻，
Husband and wife, married couple.
夫妻，
Husband and wife, married couple.
夫人、
Lady, Madam, Mrs.
夫人、
Lady, Madam, Mrs.
符号、
Symbol, mark, sign.
符号、
Symbol, mark, sign.
符合、
To accord with, to conform to correspond with, in accordance with.
符合、
To accord with, to conform to correspond with, in accordance with.
付出、
To pay, to invest.
付出、
To pay, to invest.
负担、
Burden, to bear a burden.
负担、
Burden, to bear a burden.
附近、
Vicinity, nearby, neighboring, next to.
附近、
Vicinity, nearby, neighboring, next to.
复制、
To duplicate, to make a copy of, to copy, to reproduce, to clone.
复制、
To duplicate, to make a copy of, to copy, to reproduce, to clone.
改善、
To make better, to improve.
改善、
To make better, to improve.
改正、
To correct, to amend, to put right, correction.
改正、
To correct, to amend, to put right, correction.
盖、
Lid, top, cover, canopy, to cover, to conceal, to build.
盖、
Lid, top, cover, canopy, to cover, to conceal, to build.
概括、
To summarize, to generalize, briefly.
概括、
To summarize, to generalize, briefly.
感兴趣、
To be interested.
感兴趣、
To be interested.
高潮、
High tide, high water, upsurge, climax, orgasm, chorus.
高潮、
High tide, high water, upsurge, climax, orgasm, chorus.
高价、
High price.
高价、
High price.
高尚、
Noble, lofty, refined, exquisite.
高尚、
Noble, lofty, refined, exquisite.
高铁、
High speed rail.
高铁、
High speed rail.
格外、
Especially, particularly.
格外、
Especially, particularly.
隔、
To separate, to partition, to stand or lie between, at a distance from, after or at an interval of.
隔、
To separate, to partition, to stand or lie between, at a distance from, after or at an interval of.
隔开，
To separate.
隔开，
To separate.
个别，
Individual, specific, respective, just one or two.
个别，
Individual, specific, respective, just one or two.
个体，
Individual.
个体，
Individual.
各个，
Every, various, separately, one by one.
各个，
Every, various, separately, one by one.
根，
Root, basis, classifier for long slender objects.
根，
Root, basis, classifier for long slender objects.
根据，
According to, based on, basis, foundation.
根据，
According to, based on, basis, foundation.
工程，
Engineering, an engineering project, undertaking.
工程，
Engineering, an engineering project, undertaking.
公园，
CE, Christian era, AD.
公园，
CE, Christian era, AD.
供应，
To supply, to provide, to offer.
供应，
To supply, to provide, to offer.
共，
Common, altogether, to share.
共，
Common, altogether, to share.
构成，
To constitute, to form, to compose, to make up, to configure.
构成，
To constitute, to form, to compose, to make up, to configure.
构造，
Structure, composition, tectonic.
构造，
Structure, composition, tectonic.
购买，
To purchase, to buy.
购买，
To purchase, to buy.
购物，
Shopping.
购物，
Shopping.
骨头，
Bone, moral character, bitterness.
骨头，
Bone, moral character, bitterness.
固定，
To fix, to fasten, to set rigidly in place. Fixed, set, regular.
固定，
To fix, to fasten, to set rigidly in place. Fixed, set, regular.
瓜，
Melon, gourd, squash.
瓜，
Melon, gourd, squash.
怪，
Bewildering, odd, strange, uncanny, devil, monster, to wonder at, to blame, quite, rather.
怪
bewildering, odd, strange, uncanny, devil, monster, to wonder at, to blame, quite, rather.
关
To close, to shut, to turn off, mountain pass.
关
To close, to shut, to turn off, mountain pass.
关闭
To close, to shut.
关闭
To close, to shut.
关于
Pertaining to, concerning, with regard to, about, a matter of.
关于
Pertaining to, concerning, with regard to, about, a matter of.
关
Government official, governmental, official, public, organ of the body.
关
Government official, governmental, official, public, organ of the body.
官方
Government, official.
官方
Government, official.
光临
To honor with one's presence, to attend.
光临
To honor with one's presence, to attend.
光盘
Compact disc, CD or DVD, CD-ROM.
光盘
Compact disc, CD or DVD, CD-ROM.
逛
To stroll, to visit.
逛
To stroll, to visit.
归
To return, to go back to give back to.
归
To return, to go back to give back to.
规律
Rule, law of behavior, regular pattern, rhythm, discipline.
规律
Rule, law of behavior, regular pattern, rhythm, discipline.
规模
Scale, scope, extent.
规模
Scale, scope, extent.
规则
Rule, regulation, rules and regulations.
规则
Rule, regulation, rules and regulations.
果实
Fruit, fruits, results, gains.
果实
Fruit, fruits, results, gains.
过分
Excessive, undue, overly.
过分
Excessive, undue, overly.
海水
Seawater.
海水
Seawater.
海鲜
Seafood.
海鲜
Seafood.
含
To keep, to contain, to suck.
含
To keep, to contain, to suck.
含量
content, quantity contained.
含量
content, quantity contained.
含义
Meaning, implied meaning, hidden meaning, hint, connotation.
含义
meaning, implied meaning, hidden meaning, hint, connotation.
含有
To contain, including.
含有
to contain, including.
寒假
Winter vacation.
寒假
winter vacation.
寒冷
Cold, frigid, very cold.
寒冷
cold, frigid, very cold.
行业
Industry, business.
行业
industry, business.
航班
Scheduled flight, flight number.
航班
scheduled flight, flight number.
航空
Aviation.
航空
aviation.
毫米
Millimeter.
毫米
millimeter.
毫升
Milliliter.
毫升
milliliter.
好友
Close friend, pal, friend.
好友
close friend, pal, friend.
号码
Number.
号码
number.
号
To be fond of, to have a tendency to be prone to.
号
to be fond of, to have a tendency to be prone to.
合同
Contract.
合同
contract.
黑暗
Dark, darkly, darkness.
黑暗
dark, darkly, darkness.
红包
Money wrapped in red as a gift, bonus payment, kickback, bribe.
红包
money wrapped in red as a gift, bonus payment, kickback, bribe.
后头
Behind, the back, the rear, later, afterwards, the future.
后头
behind, the back, the rear, later, afterwards, the future.
后
Thick, deep or profound, kind, generous, rich or strong in flavor, to favor, to stress.
后
thick, deep or profound, kind, generous, rich or strong in flavor, to favor, to stress.
呼吸
To breathe.
呼吸
to breathe.
忽视
To neglect, to ignore.
忽视
To neglect, to ignore.
户
A household, door, family.
户
A household, door, family.
护士
Nurse.
护士
Nurse.
花
Flowery, fancy pattern, florid, call, lecherous, lustful.
花
Flowery, fancy pattern, florid, cull, lecherous, lustful.
划
To cut, to slash, to scratch, to strike, to row, to paddle.
划
To cut, to slash, to scratch, to strike, to row, to paddle.
画
To delimit, to transfer, to assign, to plan, to draw, stroke of a Chinese character.
画
To delimit, to transfer, to assign, to plan, to draw, stroke of a Chinese character.
怀念
To cherish the memory of, to think of, reminisce.
怀念
To cherish the memory of, to think of, reminisce.
怀疑
To doubt, to be skeptical of, to have one's doubts, to harbor suspicions, to suspect that.
怀疑
To doubt, to be skeptical of, to have one's doubts, to harbor suspicions, to suspect that.
缓解
To bring relief, to alleviate, to dull.
缓解
To bring relief, to alleviate, to dull.
黄瓜
Cucumber.
黄瓜
Cucumber.
黄金
Gold, golden, prime.
黄金
Gold, golden, prime.
回复
To reply, to recover, to return, in reply to.
回复
To reply, to recover, to return, in reply to.
会
To remit, to converge, to exchange.
会
To remit, to converge, to exchange.
汇报
To report, to give an account of, to collect information and report back, report.
汇报
To report, to give an account of, to collect information and report back, report.
汇率
Exchange rate.
汇率
Exchange rate.
婚礼
Wedding ceremony, wedding.
婚礼
Wedding ceremony, wedding.
火
Fiery, flaming, angry, irritated.
火
Fiery, flaming, angry, irritated.
火
Companion, partner, group, classifier for groups of people, to combine, together.
伙
Companion, partner, group, classifier for groups of people, to combine, together.
伙伴
Partner, companion, comrade.
伙伴
Partner, companion, comrade.
或许
Perhaps, maybe.
或许
Perhaps, maybe.
或
Goods, money, commodity.
或
Goods, money, commodity.
或
To catch, to obtain, to capture, to reap, to harvest.
或
To catch, to obtain, to capture, to reap, to harvest.
获得
To obtain, to receive, to get.
获得
To obtain, to receive, to get.
获奖
To win an award.
获奖
To win an award.
获取
To gain, to get, to acquire.
获取
To gain, to get, to acquire.
几乎
Almost, nearly, practically.
几乎
Almost, nearly, practically.
机构
Mechanism, structure, organization, agency, institution.
机构
Mechanism, structure, organization, agency, institution.
机遇
Opportunity, favorable circumstance, stroke of luck.
机遇
Opportunity, favorable circumstance, stroke of luck.
积累
To accumulate, accumulation, cumulative, cumulatively.
积累
To accumulate, accumulation, cumulative, cumulatively.
激动
To move emotionally, to stir up, to excite.
激动
To move emotionally, to stir up, to excite.
激烈
Intense, acute, fierce.
激烈
Intense, acute, fierce.
及格
To pass an exam or a test, to meet a minimum standard.
及格
To pass an exam or a test, to meet a minimum standard.
极
Extremely, pole, utmost, top.
极
Extremely, pole, utmost, top.
极其
Extremely.
极其
Extremely.
即将
On the eve of, to be about to be on the verge of.
即将
On the eve of, to be about to be on the verge of.
急忙，
hastily,
急忙，
hastily,
集合，
to gather, to assemble, set,
集合，
to gather, to assemble, set,
记载，
to write down, to record written account,
记载，
to write down, to record written account,
纪律，
discipline,
纪律，
discipline,
技巧，
skill, technique,
技巧，
skill, technique,
系，
to tie, to fasten, to button up,
系，
to tie, to fasten, to button up,
季，
season, the last month of a season,
季，
season, the last month of a season,
季度，
quarter of a year, season,
季度，
quarter of a year, season,
季节，
time, season, period,
季节，
time, season, period,
季，
already, since, both,
季，
already, since, both,
既然，
since, as, this being the case,
既然，
since, as, this being the case,
寄，
to send, to mail,
寄，
to send, to mail,
加班，
to work overtime,
加班，
to work overtime,
加入，
to become a member, to join, to mix into, to participate in, to add in,
加入，
to become a member, to join, to mix into, to participate in, to add in,
加油站，
gas station,
加油站，
gas station,
家务，
household duties, housework,
家务，
household duties, housework,
假如，
if,
假如，
if,
坚固，
firm, firmly, hard, stable,
坚固，
firm, firmly, hard, stable,
检测，
to detect, to test, detection, sensing,
检测，
to detect, to test, detection, sensing,
减，
to lower, to decrease, to reduce, to subtract, to diminish,
减，
To lower, to decrease, to reduce, to subtract, to diminish.
减肥、
To lose weight.
减肥、
To lose weight.
减少、
To lessen, to decrease, to reduce, to lower.
减少、
To lessen, to decrease, to reduce, to lower.
简历、
Curriculum vitae, resume, biographical notes.
简历、
Curriculum vitae, resume, biographical notes.
健身、
To exercise, to keep fit, to work out, physical exercise.
健身、
To exercise, to keep fit, to work out, physical exercise.
渐渐、
Gradually.
渐渐、
Gradually.
江、
River.
江、
River.
讲究、
To pay particular attention to, carefully selected for quality, tastefully chosen.
讲究、
To pay particular attention to, carefully selected for quality, tastefully chosen.
讲座、
A course of lectures.
讲座、
A course of lectures.
奖、
Prize, award, encouragement.
奖、
Prize, award, encouragement.
奖金、
Premium, award money, bonus.
奖金、
Premium, award money, bonus.
奖学金、
Scholarship.
奖学金、
Scholarship.
降、
To drop, to fall, to come down, to descend.
降、
To drop, to fall, to come down, to descend.
降低、
To reduce, to lower, to bring down.
降低、
To reduce, to lower, to bring down.
降价、
To cut the price, to drive down the price, to get cheaper.
降价、
To cut the price, to drive down the price, to get cheaper.
降落、
To descend, to land.
降落、
To descend, to land.
降温、
To become cooler, to lower the temperature, cooling, to decline.
降温、
To become cooler, to lower the temperature, cooling, to decline.
交换、
To exchange, to swap, to switch, commutative, to commute.
交换、
To exchange, to swap, to switch, commutative, to commute.
交际、
Communication, social intercourse.
交际、
communication, social intercourse.
"教授、
Professor, to instruct, to lecture on.
教授、
Professor, to instruct, to lecture on.
教训、
Lesson, moral, to chide somebody, to lecture somebody.
教训、
Lesson, moral, to chide somebody, to lecture somebody.
阶段、
Stage, section, phase, period.
阶段、
Stage, section, phase, period.
街道、
Street, subdistrict, residential district.
街道、
Street, subdistrict, residential district.
节省、
Saving, to save, to use sparingly, to cut down on.
节省、
Saving, to save, to use sparingly, to cut down on.
结、
Not, sturdy, bond, to tie, to bind, to check out.
结、
Not, sturdy, bond, to tie, to bind, to check out.
结构、
Structure, composition, makeup, architecture.
结构、
Structure, composition, makeup, architecture.
结论、
Conclusion, verdict, to conclude, to reach a verdict.
结论、
Conclusion, verdict, to conclude, to reach a verdict.
姐妹、
Sisters, siblings, sister.
姐妹、
Sisters, siblings, sister.
解释、
Explanation, to explain, to interpret, to resolve.
解释、
Explanation, to explain, to interpret, to resolve.
尽快、
As quickly as possible, as soon as possible, with all speed.
尽快、
As quickly as possible, as soon as possible, with all speed.
紧密、
Inseparably close.
紧密、
Inseparably close.
尽力、
To strive one's hardest, to spare no effort.
尽力、
To strive one's hardest, to spare no effort.
进口、
To import, imported, entrance, inlet.
进口、
To import, imported, entrance, inlet.
近代、
The not very distant past, modern times.
近代、
The not very distant past, modern times.
禁止、
To prohibit, to forbid, to ban.
禁止、
To prohibit, to forbid, to ban.
经典、
The classics, scriptures, classical, classic, typical.
经典，
The classics, scriptures, classical, classic, typical.
精力、
energy,
经历，
Energy.
竟然、
unexpectedly, to one's surprise, in spite of everything, in that crazy way, actually, to go as far as to,
竟然，
Unexpectedly, to one's surprise, in spite of everything, in that crazy way, actually, to go as far as to.
镜头、
camera lens, camera shot, scene,
镜头，
Camera lens, camera shot, scene.
镜子、
mirror,
镜子，
Mirror.
究竟、
to go to the bottom of a matter, after all, when all is said and done,
究竟，
To go to the bottom of a matter, after all, when all is said and done.
酒吧、
bar, pub, saloon,
酒吧，
Bar, pub, saloon.
居民、
resident, inhabitant,
居民，
Resident, inhabitant.
居住、
to reside, to dwell, to live in a place, resident in,
居住，
To reside, to dwell, to live in a place, resident in.
局、
office, situation, classifier for games, match, set, round, etc.
局，
Office, situation, classifier for games, match, set, round, etc.
巨大、
huge, immense, very large, tremendous, gigantic, enormous,
巨大，
Huge, immense, very large, tremendous, gigantic, enormous.
具备、
to possess, to have, equipped with, able to fulfill,
具备，
To possess, to have, equipped with, able to fulfill.
距离、
distance, to be apart from,
距离，
Distance, to be apart from.
聚、
to congregate, to assemble, to mass, to gather together, to amass, to polymerize,
聚，
To congregate, to assemble, to mass, to gather together, to amass, to polymerize.
聚会、
party, gathering, to meet, to get together,
聚会，
Party, gathering, to meet, to get together.
卷、
to roll up, roll, classifier for small rolled things,
卷，
To roll up, roll, classifier for small rolled things.
卷、
scroll, book, volume, chapter, examination paper, classifier for books, paintings, volume, scroll,
卷，
Scroll, book, volume, chapter, examination paper, classifier for books, paintings, volume, scroll.
角色
Role, character in a novel, persona.
角色，
Role, character in a novel, persona.
开花
To bloom, to blossom, to flower.
开花，
To bloom, to blossom, to flower.
开水
Boiled water, boiling water.
开水，
Boiled water, boiling water.
看不起
To look down upon, to despise.
看不起，
To look down upon, to despise.
看来
Apparently, it seems that.
看来，
Apparently, it seems that.
看望
To visit, to pay a call to.
看望，
To visit, to pay a call to.
考察
To inspect, to observe and study, on-the-spot investigation.
考察，
To inspect, to observe and study, on-the-spot investigation.
考虑
To think over, to consider, consideration.
考虑，
To think over, to consider, consideration.
科
Classifier for trees, cabbages, plants, etc.
科，
Classifier for trees, cabbages, plants, etc.
可见
It can clearly be seen, it is clear, clear, visible.
可见，
It can clearly be seen, it is clear, clear, visible.
空间
Space, room, scope, leeway, outer space, space.
空间，
Space, room, scope, leeway, outer space, space.
空
To empty, vacant, unoccupied, space, leisure, free time.
空，
To empty, vacant, unoccupied, space, leisure, free time.
口袋
Pocket, bag, sack.
口袋，
Pocket, bag, sack.
口语
Colloquial speech, spoken language, vernacular language, slander, gossip.
口语，
Colloquial speech, spoken language, vernacular language, slander, gossip.
苦
Bitter, hardship, pain, to suffer, to bring suffering to, painstakingly.
苦，
Bitter, hardship, pain, to suffer, to bring suffering to, painstakingly.
会计
Accountant, accountancy, accounting.
会计，
Accountant, accountancy, accounting.
快递，
express delivery,
快递，
express delivery,
宽，
lenient, wide, broad,
宽，
lenient, wide, broad,
宽广，
wide, broad, extensive, vast,
宽广，
wide, broad, extensive, vast,
矿泉水，
mineral spring water,
矿泉水，
mineral spring water,
扩大，
to expand, to enlarge, to broaden one's scope,
扩大，
to expand, to enlarge, to broaden one's scope,
扩展，
to extend, to expand, extension, expansion,
扩展，
to extend, to expand, extension, expansion,
括号，
parentheses, brackets,
括号，
parentheses, brackets,
垃圾，
trash, refuse, garbage,
垃圾，
trash, refuse, garbage,
拉开，
to pull open, to pull apart, to space out, to increase,
拉开，
to pull open, to pull apart, to space out, to increase,
辣，
hot, pungent,
辣，
hot, pungent,
来不及，
there's not enough time, it's too late,
来不及，
there's not enough time, it's too late,
来得及，
there's still time, able to do something in time,
来得及，
there's still time, able to do something in time,
来源，
source, origin,
来源，
source, origin,
老公，
husband,
老公，
husband,
老家，
native place, place of origin, home state or region,
老家，
native place, place of origin, home state or region,
老婆，
wife,
老婆，
wife,
老实，
honest, sincere, well-behaved, open and guileless, naive,
老实，
honest, sincere, well-behaved, open and guileless, naive,
乐趣，
delight, pleasure, joy,
乐趣，
delight, pleasure, joy,
累，
tears,
泪，
tears,
泪水，
teardrop, tears.
泪水，
teardrop, tears.
类型，
Type, category, genre, form, style.
类型，
type, category, genre, form, style.
冷静，
Calm, cool-headed.
冷静，
calm, cool-headed.
厘米，
Centimeter,
厘米，
centimeter.
离不开，
inseparable, inevitably linked to.
离不开，
inseparable, inevitably linked to.
力气，
Strength,
力气，
strength.
历史，
history,
历史，
history.
立即，
immediately,
立即，
immediately.
利息，
interest,
利息，
interest.
利益，
benefit, interest.
利益，
benefit, interest.
俩，
Two, both.
俩，
two, both.
良好，
Good, favorable, well, fine.
良好，
good, favorable, well, fine.
量，
To measure,
量，
to measure.
粮食，
foodstuff, cereals.
粮食，
foodstuff, cereals.
两边，
Either side, both sides.
两边，
either side, both sides.
疗养，
To get well, to heal, to recuperate, to convalesce, convalescence, to nurse.
疗养，
to get well, to heal, to recuperate, to convalesce, convalescence, to nurse.
了不起，
Amazing, terrific, extraordinary.
了不起，
amazing, terrific, extraordinary.
了解，
To understand, to realize, to find out.
了解，
to understand, to realize, to find out.
列，
To arrange, to line up, file, series, column, row.
列，
to arrange, to line up, file, series, column, row.
列车，
Train,
列车，
train.
列入，
To include on a list.
列入，
To include on a list.
列为，
To be classified as.
列为，
To be classified as.
临时，
Temporary, interim, ad hoc.
临时，
Temporary, interim, ad hoc.
临时，
Between meal nibbles, snacks.
临时，
Between meal nibbles, snacks.
流传，
To spread, to circulate, to hand down.
流传，
To spread, to circulate, to hand down.
楼梯，
Stair, staircase.
楼梯，
Stair, staircase.
陆地，
Dry land.
陆地，
Dry land.
陆续，
In turn, successively, one after the other, bit by bit.
陆续，
In turn, successively, one after the other, bit by bit.
录取，
To accept an applicant who passes an entrance exam. To admit, to hire.
录取，
To accept an applicant who passes an entrance exam. To admit, to hire.
律师，
Lawyer.
律师，
Lawyer.
轮，
Wheel, round, to rotate, to take turn.
轮，
Wheel, round, to rotate, to take turn.
轮船，
Steamship, steamer, ocean liner, ship.
轮船，
Steamship, steamer, ocean liner, ship.
轮椅，
Wheelchair.
轮椅，
Wheelchair.
轮子，
Wheel.
轮子，
Wheel.
论文，
Paper, treatise, thesis, to discuss a paper or thesis.
论文，
Paper, treatise, thesis, to discuss a paper or thesis.
落，
To fall, to drop, fall, drop.
落，
To fall, to drop, fall, drop.
毛巾，
Towel.
毛巾，
Towel.
毛衣，
Sweater.
毛衣，
Sweater.
帽子，
Hat, cap.
帽子，
Hat, cap.
没错，
That's right, sure, rest assured, that's good, can't go wrong.
没错，
That's right, sure, rest assured, that's good, can't go wrong.
“没法
At a loss, unable to do anything about it, to have no choice.
没法
At a loss, unable to do anything about it, to have no choice.
没想到
Didn't expect.
没想到
Didn't expect.
美金
US dollar, USD.
美金
US dollar, USD.
美女
Beautiful woman.
美女
Beautiful woman.
梦
Dream, to dream.
梦
Dream, to dream.
梦见
To dream about, to see in a dream.
梦见
To dream about, to see in a dream.
梦想
To dream of, dream.
梦想
To dream of, dream.
秘密
Secret.
秘密
Secret.
秘书
Secretary.
秘书
Secretary.
密
Secret, confidential, close, thick, dense.
密
Secret, confidential, close, thick, dense.
密码
Secret code, ciphertext, password, PIN.
密码
Secret code, ciphertext, password, PIN.
密切
Close, familiar, intimate, closely, to foster close ties, to pay close attention.
密切
Close, familiar, intimate, closely, to foster close ties, to pay close attention.
免费
Free.
免费
Free.
面临
To face something, to be confronted with.
面临
To face something, to be confronted with.
面试
To be interviewed, interview.
面试
To be interviewed, interview.
描述
To describe, description.
描述
To describe, description.
描写
To describe, to depict, to portray, description.
描写
To describe, to depict, to portray, description.
名牌
Famous brand, nameplate, name tag.
名牌
Famous brand, nameplate, name tag.
名片
Card.
名片
card,
名人、
personage, celebrity,
名人、
personage, celebrity,
摸、
to feel with the hand, to touch, to stroke, to grope, to steal, to abstract,
摸、
to feel with the hand, to touch, to stroke, to grope, to steal, to abstract,
模特儿、
model,
模特儿、
model,
模型、
model, mold, matrix, pattern,
模型、
model, mold, matrix, pattern,
末、
end, lashed, final stage, latter part,
末、
end, last, final stage, latter part,
默默、
in silence, not speaking,
默默、
in silence, not speaking,
哪怕、
even if, even though, no matter how,
哪怕、
even if, even though, no matter how,
哪、
which, where, what, a final particle,
哪、
which, where, what, a final particle,
男女、
male female, male and female,
男女、
male female, male and female,
男士、
man, gentleman,
男士、
man, gentleman,
难免、
hard to avoid, difficult to escape from, will inevitably,
难免、
hard to avoid, difficult to escape from, will inevitably,
脑袋、
head, skull, brains, mental capability,
脑袋、
head, skull, brains, mental capability,
闹、
noisy, to make noise,
闹、
noisy, to make noise,
闹钟、
alarm clock,
闹钟、
alarm clock,
内部、
interior, inside, internal,
内部、
interior, inside, internal,
内科、
internal medicine, general medicine,
内科、
internal medicine, general medicine,
能干、
capable, competent,
能干、
capable, competent,
宁静、
tranquil, tranquility, serenity,
宁静、
tranquil, tranquility, serenity,
浓、
concentrated, dense, strong.
浓
concentrated, dense, strong.
女士、
Lady, Madam, Miss, MS.
女士
Lady, Madam, Miss, MS.
暖气、
Central heating, heater, warm air.
暖气
Central heating, heater, warm air.
拍照、
To take a picture.
拍照
To take a picture.
排列、
To arrange in order, permutation.
排列
To arrange in order, permutation.
牌、
Mahjong tile, playing card, game pieces, signboard, plate, tablet, metal.
牌
Mahjong tile, playing card, game pieces, signboard, plate, tablet, metal.
盘、
Plate, dish, tray, board, hard drive, to build.
盘
Plate, dish, tray, board, hard drive, to build.
盘子、
Tray, plate, dish.
盘子
Tray, plate, dish.
胖子、
Fat person, fatty.
胖子
Fat person, fatty.
培训、
To cultivate, to train, to groom, training.
培训
To cultivate, to train, to groom, training.
培训班、
Training class.
培训班
Training class.
培养、
To cultivate, to breed, to foster, to nurture, to educate, to groom, education, fostering, culture.
培养
To cultivate, to breed, to foster, to nurture, to educate, to groom, education, fostering, culture.
培育、
To train, to breed.
培育
To train, to breed.
批、
To ascertain, to act on, to criticize, to pass on.
批
To ascertain, to act on, to criticize, to pass on.
批、
Classifier for batches, lots, tier.
批
Classifier for batches, lots, tier.
片面、
Unilateral, one-sided.
片面
Unilateral, one-sided.
品质、
Character, intrinsic quality, quality.
品质
Character, intrinsic quality, quality.
平方、
Square.
平方
Square.
平静、
tranquil, undisturbed, serene.
平静、
tranquil, undisturbed, serene.
平均、
Average, on average, evenly, in equal proportions.
平均、
average, on average, evenly, in equal proportions.
平稳、
Smooth, steady.
平稳、
smooth, steady.
迫切、
Urgent, pressing.
迫切、
urgent, pressing.
破产、
To go bankrupt, to become impoverished, bankruptcy.
破产、
to go bankrupt, to become impoverished, bankruptcy.
妻子、
Wife,
妻子、
wife.
期待、
to look forward to await, expectation.
期待、
to look forward to await, expectation.
期间、
Period of time, time period, period.
期间、
period of time, time period, period.
期末、
End of term.
期末、
end of term.
期限、
Time limit, deadline, allotted time.
期限、
time limit, deadline, allotted time.
其中、
Interim, midterm.
其中、
interim, midterm.
其余、
The rest, the others, remaining, remainder, apart from them.
其余、
the rest, the others, remaining, remainder, apart from them.
企业、
Company, firm, enterprise, corporation.
企业、
company, firm, enterprise, corporation.
气球、
Balloon,
气球、
balloon.
汽水、
soda, pop.
汽水、
soda, pop.
汽油、
Gasoline,
汽油、
gasoline.
器官、
organ, apparatus.
器官、
organ, apparatus.
前头、
In front, at the head, ahead, above.
前头、
in front, at the head, ahead, above.
前途、
Prospects, future outlook, journey.
前途、
prospects, future outlook, journey.
浅、
shallow, light.
浅
shallow, light.
巧克力，
chocolate,
巧克力
chocolate.
切，
to cut, to slice, tangent.
切
To cut, to slice, tangent.
亲爱，
Dear, beloved, darling.
亲爱
Dear, beloved, darling.
亲密，
Intimate, close.
亲密
Intimate, close.
青春，
Youth, youthfulness.
青春
Youth, youthfulness.
轻松，
Light, gentle, relaxed, effortless, uncomplicated, to relax, to take things less seriously.
轻松
Light, gentle, relaxed, effortless, uncomplicated, to relax, to take things less seriously.
轻易，
Easily, lightly, rashly.
轻易
Easily, lightly, rashly.
清醒，
Clear-headed, sober, awake.
清醒
Clear-headed, sober, awake.
情境，
Scene, spectacle, circumstances, situation.
情景
Scene, spectacle, circumstances, situation.
穷，
Poor, destitute, to use up, to exhaust, thoroughly, extremely, persistently and pointlessly.
穷
Poor, destitute, to use up, to exhaust, thoroughly, extremely, persistently and pointlessly.
穷人，
Poor people, the poor.
穷人
Poor people, the poor.
秋季，
Autumn, fall.
秋季
Autumn, fall.
趋势，
Trend, tendency.
趋势
Trend, tendency.
圈，
Circle, ring, loop, classifier for loops, orbits, laps of race etc. To surround, to circle.
圈
Circle, ring, loop, classifier for loops, orbits, laps of race etc. To surround, to circle.
权利，
Power, right, privilege.
权利
Power, right, privilege.
却，
But, yet, however, while, to go back, to decline, to retreat, nevertheless, even though.
却
But, yet, however, while, to go back, to decline, to retreat, nevertheless, even though.
确认，
To confirm, to verify, confirmation.
确认、
To confirm, to verify, confirmation.
然而，
However, yet, but.
然而、
However, yet, but.
燃料，
Fuel.
燃料、
Fuel.
燃烧，
To ignite, to combust, to burn, combustion, flaming.
燃烧、
To ignite, to combust, to burn, combustion, flaming.
热闹，
Bustling with noise and excitement, lively.
热闹、
Bustling with noise and excitement, lively.
热心，
Enthusiasm, zeal, zealous, zest, enthusiastic, ardent, warm-hearted.
热心、
Enthusiasm, zeal, zealous, zest, enthusiastic, ardent, warm-hearted.
人家，
Other people, somebody else, he, she, or they, I, me.
人家、
Other people, somebody else, he, she, or they, I, me.
日记，
Diary.
日记、
Diary.
日历，
Calendar.
日历、
Calendar.
如今，
Nowadays, now.
如今、
Nowadays, now.
弱，
Weak, feeble, young, inferior, slightly less than.
弱、
Weak, feeble, young, inferior, slightly less than.
伞，
Umbrella, parasol.
伞、
Umbrella, parasol.
散，
To scatter, to break up, to disperse, to disseminate, to dispel, to sack.
散、
To scatter, to break up, to disperse, to disseminate, to dispel, to sack.
扫，
To sweep.
扫、
To sweep.
色，
Color, look, appearance, sex.
色、
Color, look, appearance, sex.
色彩，
Tint, coloring, coloration, flavor, character.
色彩、
Tint, coloring, coloration, flavor, character.
森林，
Forest.
森林、
Forest.
晒，
To shine on, to bask in, to dry in the sun.
晒、
To shine on, to bask in, to dry in the sun.
闪，
To dodge, to duck out of the way, lightning, spark, a flash, to flash.
闪，
To dodge, to duck out of the way, lightning, spark, a flash, to flash.
闪电，
Lightning,
闪电，
Lightning.
善良，
good and honest, kind-hearted.
善良，
Good and honest, kind-hearted.
善于，
To be good at, to be adept at.
善于，
To be good at, to be adept at.
伤害，
To injure, to harm.
伤害，
To injure, to harm.
商务，
Commercial affairs, commercial, commerce, business.
商务，
Commercial affairs, commercial, commerce, business.
赏，
Reward, award, to appreciate, to award.
赏，
Reward, award, to appreciate, to award.
上个月，
Last month,
上个月，
Last month.
上楼，
to go upstairs.
上楼，
To go upstairs.
上门，
To drop in, to visit.
上门，
To drop in, to visit.
烧，
To burn, to roast, fever.
烧，
To burn, to roast, fever.
设施，
Facilities, installation.
设施，
Facilities, installation.
设置，
To set up, to install.
设置，
To set up, to install.
申请，
To apply for a STI application.
申请，
To apply for STH application.
身材，
Stature, build, figure.
身材，
Stature, build, figure.
身份，
Identity, status, capacity, dignity, position, rank.
身份，
Identity, status, capacity, dignity, position, rank.
身高，
Height,
身高，
Height.
深厚，
deep, profound.
深厚，
Deep, profound.
神话，
Legend, fairy tale, myth, mythology.
神话，
Legend, fairy tale, myth, mythology.
神秘，
Mysterious, mystery.
神秘，
mysterious, mystery.
甚至
Even, so much so that.
甚至
Even, so much so that.
失败
To be defeated, to lose, to fail, failure, defeat.
失败
To be defeated, to lose, to fail, failure, defeat.
失望
Disappointed, to lose hope, to despair.
失望
Disappointed, to lose hope, to despair.
失业
Unemployment, to lose one's job.
失业
Unemployment, to lose one's job.
诗
Poem, poetry, verse.
诗
Poem, poetry, verse.
诗人
Bard, poet.
诗人
Bard, poet.
湿
Moist, wet.
诗
Moist, wet.
实施
To implement, to carry out.
实施
To implement, to carry out.
实用
Practical, functional, pragmatic, applied.
实用
Practical, functional, pragmatic, applied.
食堂
Dining hall.
食堂
Dining hall.
使劲
To exert all one's strength.
使劲
To exert all one's strength.
士兵
Soldier.
士兵
Soldier.
市区
Urban district, downtown, city center.
市区
Urban district, downtown, city center.
是的
Seems as if, rather like, Taiwan PR.
是的
Seems as if, rather like, Taiwan PR.
事物
Thing, object.
事物
Thing, object.
事先
In advance, before the event, beforehand, prior.
事先
In advance, before the event, beforehand, prior.
试卷
Examination paper, test paper.
试卷
Examination paper, test paper.
是否
Whether, if, is or isn't.
是否
Whether, if, is or isn't.
收回
To regain, to retake, to take back, to withdraw, to revoke.
收回，
To regain, to retake, to take back, to withdraw, to revoke.
收获，
To harvest, to reap, to gain, crop, harvest, profit, gain, bonus, reward.
收获，
To harvest, to reap, to gain, crop, harvest, profit, gain, bonus, reward.
收益，
Earnings, profit.
收益，
Earnings, profit.
手工，
Handwork, manual.
手工，
Handwork, manual.
手里，
In hand, in SB's hands.
手里，
In hand, in SB's hands.
手术，
Operation, surgery.
手术，
Operation, surgery.
手套，
Glove, mitten.
手套，
Glove, mitten.
手，
To guard, to defend, to keep watch, to abide by the law.
手，
To guard, to defend, to keep watch, to abide by the law.
手，
Head, chief, first, classifier for poems, songs, etc.
手，
Head, chief, first, classifier for poems, songs, etc.
受不了，
Unbearable, unable to endure, can't stand.
受不了，
Unbearable, unable to endure, can't stand.
售货员，
Salesperson.
售货员，
Salesperson.
叔叔，
Father's younger brother, uncle.
叔叔，
Father's younger brother, uncle.
舒适，
Cozy, snug.
舒适，
Cozy, snug.
熟练，
Practiced, proficient, skilled, skillful.
熟练，
Practiced, proficient, skilled, skillful.
暑假，
Summer vacation.
暑假，
Summer vacation.
树林，
Woods, grove, forest.
树林，
Woods, grove, forest.
树叶，
Tree leaves.
树叶，
Tree leaves.
数据，
Data, numbers, digital.
数据，
Data, numbers, digital.
数码，
Number, numerals, figures, digital, amount, numerical code.
数码，
Number, numerals, figures, digital, amount, numerical code.
刷、
To brush, to paint, to daub, to paste up.
刷、
To brush, to paint, to daub, to paste up.
刷牙、
To brush one's teeth.
刷牙、
To brush one's teeth.
刷子、
Brush, scrub.
刷子、
Brush, scrub.
帅、
Handsome, graceful, smart, commander-in-chief.
帅、
Handsome, graceful, smart, commander-in-chief.
帅哥、
Handsome guy, lady killer.
帅哥、
Handsome guy, lady killer.
率先、
To take the lead, to show initiative.
率先、
To take the lead, to show initiative.
睡着、
To fall asleep.
睡着、
To fall asleep.
顺序、
Sequence, order.
顺序、
Sequence, order.
说不定、
Can't say for sure, maybe.
说不定、
Can't say for sure, maybe.
说服、
To persuade, to convince, to talk somebody over.
说服、
To persuade, to convince, to talk somebody over.
思考、
To reflect on, to ponder over.
思考、
To reflect on, to ponder over.
似乎、
Apparently, to seem, to appear, as if, seemingly.
似乎、
Apparently, to seem, to appear, as if, seemingly.
松、
Loose, to loosen, to relax, pine.
松、
Loose, to loosen, to relax, pine.
松树、
Pine, pine tree.
松树、
Pine, pine tree.
塑料、
Plastics.
塑料、
Plastics.
塑料袋、
Plastic bag.
塑料袋、
Plastic bag.
酸、
Acid, sour.
酸、
Acid, sour.
酸奶、
Yogurt.
酸奶、
Yogurt.
随手、
Conveniently, without extra trouble.
随手、
Conveniently, without extra trouble.
孙女、
granddaughter,
孙女、
granddaughter,
孙子、
grandson,
孙子、
grandson,
缩短、
to curtail, to cut down,
缩短、
to curtail, to cut down,
缩小、
to reduce, to decrease, to shrink,
缩小、
to reduce, to decrease, to shrink,
台阶、
the steps,
台阶、
the steps,
台上、
on stage,
台上、
on stage,
躺、
to recline, to lie down,
躺、
to recline, to lie down,
套餐、
set meal, product or service package,
套餐、
set meal, product or service package,
特价、
special price,
特价、
special price,
特殊、
special, particular, unusual, extraordinary,
特殊、
special, particular, unusual, extraordinary,
特征、
characteristic, diagnostic property, distinctive feature, trait,
特征、
characteristic, diagnostic property, distinctive feature, trait,
提供、
to offer, to supply, to provide, to furnish,
提供、
to offer, to supply, to provide, to furnish,
提醒、
to remind, to call attention to warn of,
提醒、
to remind, to call attention to warn of,
体操、
gymnastic, gymnastics,
体操、
gymnastic, gymnastics,
体检、
body check, physical examination,
体检、
body check, physical examination,
体重、
body weight,
体重、
body weight,
替、
to substitute for, to take the place of, to replace,
替、
to substitute for, to take the place of, to replace,
替代、
to substitute for, to replace, to supersede,
替代、
to substitute for, to replace, to supersede,
天真、
naive, innocent,
天真、
naive, innocent,
填、
to fill in, to stuff.
填
To fill in, to stuff.
填空，
To fill in a blank.
填空
To fill in a blank.
挑，
To choose, to pick, to select, to carry on a shoulder pole.
挑
To choose, to pick, to select, to carry on a shoulder pole.
挑选，
To choose, to select.
挑选
To choose, to select.
调皮，
Naughty, mischievous, unruly.
调皮
Naughty, mischievous, unruly.
挑，
To raise, to poke, to incite, to instigate.
挑
To raise, to poke, to incite, to instigate.
挑战，
To challenge, challenge.
挑战
To challenge, challenge.
贴，
To stick, to paste, to glue.
贴
To stick, to paste, to glue.
停下，
To stop.
停下
To stop.
挺，
Quite, very, rather, to stand.
挺
Quite, very, rather, to stand.
通知书，
Written notice.
通知书
Written notice.
同情，
To sympathize with, sympathy.
同情
To sympathize with, sympathy.
童话，
Children's fairy tales.
童话
Children's fairy tales.
童年，
Childhood.
童年
Childhood.
统计，
Statistics, to count, to add up.
统计
Statistics, to count, to add up.
统一，
To unify, to unite, to integrate.
统一
To unify, to unite, to integrate.
痛快，
Delighted, to one's heart's content, straightforward.
痛快
Delighted, to one's heart's content, straightforward.
投，
To cast, to throw.
投
To cast, to throw.
投入，
To throw into, to put into, to throw oneself into, to participate in, to invest in.
投入
To throw into, to put into, to throw oneself into, to participate in, to invest in.
投诉，
complaint, to complain.
投诉，
complaint, to complain.
投资
Investment, to invest.
投资，
investment, to invest.
透
To penetrate, to pass through, thoroughly, completely, transparent.
透，
To penetrate, to pass through, thoroughly, completely, transparent.
透明
Transparent.
透明，
transparent.
图案
Pattern, design.
图案，
pattern, design.
途中
En route.
途中，
en route.
土地
Land, soil, territory.
土地，
land, soil, territory.
推迟
To postpone, to put off, to defer.
推迟，
To postpone, to put off, to defer.
推销
To market, to sell.
推销，
To market, to sell.
脱
To shed, to take off, to escape, to get away from.
脱，
To shed, to take off, to escape, to get away from.
袜子
Socks, stockings.
袜子，
Socks, stockings.
外汇
Foreign exchange.
外汇，
Foreign exchange.
外交官
Diplomat.
外交官，
Diplomat.
外套
Coat, jacket.
外套，
Coat, jacket.
弯
To bend, bent, a bend, a turn.
弯，
To bend, bent, a bend, a turn.
晚点
Late, delayed, behind schedule, light dinner.
晚点，
Late, delayed, behind schedule, light dinner.
万一
Just in case, if by any chance, contingency.
万一，
Just in case, if by any chance, contingency.
王
King or monarch, best or strongest of its type, grand, great.
王，
King or monarch, best or strongest of its type, grand, great.
网络
Network, internet.
网络，
Network, internet.
网址
Website, web address, URL.
网址，
Website, web address, URL.
“微笑”、
smile, to smile.
微笑，
Smile, to smile.
“微信”、
Weixin or WeChat.
微信，
Weixin or WeChat.
“围巾”、
Scarf, a shawl.
围巾，
Scarf, shawl.
“维持”、
To keep, to maintain, to preserve.
维持，
To keep, to maintain, to preserve.
维护”、
To defend, to safeguard, to protect, to uphold, to maintain.
维护，
To defend, to safeguard, to protect, to uphold, to maintain.
维修”、
Maintenance, to protect and maintain.
维修，
Maintenance, to protect and maintain.
尾巴”、
Tail,
尾巴，
Tail.
未必”、
not necessarily, maybe not.
未必，
Not necessarily, maybe not.
未来”、
Future, tomorrow, approaching, coming, pending.
未来，
Future, tomorrow, approaching, coming, pending.
位于”、
To be located at, to be situated at, to lie.
位于，
To be located at, to be situated at, to lie.
位置”、
Position, place, seat.
位置，
Position, place, seat.
味儿”、
Taste,
味儿，
Taste.
喂”、
to feed.
喂，
To feed.
稳”、
Settled, steady, stable.
稳，
Settled, steady, stable.
稳定”、
Steady, stable, stability, to stabilize, to pacify.
稳定，
Steady, stable, stability, to stabilize, to pacify.
问候”、
To give one's respects, to send a greeting.
问候，
To give one's respects, to send a greeting.
无”、
No, none, not, nothing.
无，
No, none, not, nothing.
无法”、
Unable, incapable.
无法，
Unable, incapable.
无聊”、
Bored, boring, senseless.
无聊，
Bored, boring, senseless.
无论
No matter what or how, regardless of whether.
无论
No matter what or how, regardless of whether.
无数
Countless, numberless, innumerable.
无数
Countless, numberless, innumerable.
无所谓
To be indifferent, not to matter, cannot be said to be.
无所谓
To be indifferent, not to matter, cannot be said to be.
无限
Unlimited, unbounded.
无限
Unlimited, unbounded.
五颜六色
Multicolored, every color under the sun.
五颜六色
Multicolored, every color under the sun.
误会
To misunderstand, to mistake, misunderstanding.
误会
To misunderstand, to mistake, misunderstanding.
西瓜
Watermelon.
西瓜
Watermelon.
吸
To breathe, to suck in, to absorb, to inhale.
吸
To breathe, to suck in, to absorb, to inhale.
吸管
Straw, pipette, eyedropper, snorkel.
吸管
Straw, pipette, eyedropper, snorkel.
吸收
To absorb, to assimilate, to ingest, to recruit.
吸收
To absorb, to assimilate, to ingest, to recruit.
吸烟
To smoke.
吸烟
To smoke.
吸引
To attract.
吸引
To attract.
喜爱
To like, to love, to be fond of, favorite.
喜爱
To like, to love, to be fond of, favorite.
系列
Series, set.
系列
Series, set.
系统
System.
系统
System.
细
Thin or slender, finely particulate.
细
Thin or slender, finely particulate.
细节
Details, particulars.
细节
Details, particulars.
细致
Delicate, fine, careful, meticulous, painstaking.
细致
Delicate, fine, careful, meticulous, painstaking.
下个月
Next month.
下个月
Next month.
下降，
To decline, to drop, to fall, to go down, to decrease.
下降，
To decline, to drop, to fall, to go down, to decrease.
下楼，
To go downstairs.
下楼，
To go downstairs.
下载，
To download.
下载，
To download.
夏季，
Summer.
夏季，
Summer.
鲜，
Fresh, bright, delicious, tasty, delicacy.
鲜，
Fresh, bright, delicious, tasty, delicacy.
鲜花，
Flower, fresh flowers.
鲜花，
Flower, fresh flowers.
鲜明，
Bright, clear-cut, distinct.
鲜明，
Bright, clear-cut, distinct.
咸，
Salted, salty.
咸，
Salted, salty.
显著，
Outstanding, notable, remarkable, statistically significant.
显著，
Outstanding, notable, remarkable, statistically significant.
县，
County.
县，
County.
限制，
To restrict, to limit, to confine, restriction, limit.
限制，
To restrict, to limit, to confine, restriction, limit.
相处，
To be in contact, to associate, to interact, to get along.
相处，
To be in contact, to associate, to interact, to get along.
相反，
Opposite, contrary.
相反，
Opposite, contrary.
箱，
Box, trunk, chest.
箱，
Box, trunk, chest.
箱子，
Suitcase, chest, box, case, trunk.
箱子，
Suitcase, chest, box, case, trunk.
想念，
To miss, to remember with longing, to long to see again.
想念，
To miss, to remember with longing, to long to see again.
想象，
To imagine, to fancy.
想象，
To imagine, to fancy.
像，
Back of neck, item, classifier for principles, items, clauses, tasks, research projects, etc.
像，
Back of neck, item, classifier for principles, items, clauses, tasks, research projects, etc.
项目、
item, project, event.
项目、
item, project, event.
相片、
image, photograph.
相片、
image, photograph.
消化、
To digest, digestion, digestive.
消化、
To digest, digestion, digestive.
销售、
To sell, to market, sales.
销售、
To sell, to market, sales.
小吃、
Snack, refreshments.
小吃、
Snack, refreshments.
小伙子、
Young man, young guy, lad, youngster.
小伙子、
Young man, young guy, lad, youngster.
小型、
Small scale, small size.
小型、
Small scale, small size.
效率、
Efficiency.
效率、
Efficiency.
些、
Some, a few, several.
些、
Some, a few, several.
心理、
Mental, psychological.
心理、
Mental, psychological.
新郎、
Bridegroom, groom.
新郎、
Bridegroom, groom.
新娘、
Bride.
新娘、
Bride.
新鲜、
Fresh, freshness, novel, uncommon.
新鲜、
Fresh, freshness, novel, uncommon.
新型、
New type, new kind.
新型、
New type, new kind.
兴奋、
Excited, excitement, excitation.
兴奋、
Excited, excitement, excitation.
形容、
To describe, description, appearance, look.
形容、
To describe, description, appearance, look.
形式、
Circumstances, situation, terrain.
形式、
Circumstances, situation, terrain.
形、
Mold, type, style, model.
形、
Mold, type, style, model.
型号、
Model, type.
型号、
Model, type.
醒、
To wake up, to be awake, to become aware, to sober up, to come to.
醒，
To wake up, to be awake, to become aware, to sober up, to come to.
兴趣、
Interest, hobby.
兴趣，
Interest, hobby.
性质、
Nature, characteristic.
性质，
Nature, characteristic.
兄弟、
Brothers, younger brother, brotherly.
兄弟，
Brothers, younger brother, brotherly.
胸部、
Chest, bosom.
胸部，
Chest, bosom.
修理、
To repair, to fix, to prune, to trim.
修理，
To repair, to fix, to prune, to trim.
选择、
To select, to pick, choice, option, alternative.
选择，
To select, to pick, choice, option, alternative.
学分、
Course credit.
学分，
Course credit.
学年、
Academic year.
学年，
Academic year.
学时、
Class hour, period.
学时，
Class hour, period.
学术、
Learning, science, academic.
学术，
Learning, science, academic.
学问、
Learning, knowledge.
学问，
Learning, knowledge.
寻找、
To seek, to look for.
寻找，
To seek, to look for.
迅速、
Rapid, speedy, fast.
迅速，
Rapid, speedy, fast.
牙、
Tooth, ivory.
牙，
Tooth, ivory.
牙刷、
Toothbrush.
牙刷，
Toothbrush.
亚运会、
Asian games.
亚运会，
Asian games.
牙、
A particle after a vowel, expressing surprise or doubt.
牙，
A particle after a vowel, expressing surprise or doubt.
延长、
To prolong, to extend, to delay.
延长，
To prolong, to extend, to delay.
延期、
To delay, to extend, to postpone, to defer.
延期，
To delay, to extend, to postpone, to defer.
延续，
To continue, to go on, to last.
延续，
To continue, to go on, to last.
严，
Tight, stern, strict, rigorous, severe, father.
严，
Tight, stern, strict, rigorous, severe, father.
严格，
Strict, stringent, tight, rigorous.
严格，
Strict, stringent, tight, rigorous.
严重，
Grave, serious, severe, critical.
严重，
Grave, serious, severe, critical.
研究，
Research, a study, to research, to look into.
研究，
Research, a study, to research, to look into.
研究生，
Graduate student, postgraduate student, research student.
研究生，
Graduate student, postgraduate student, research student.
研制，
To manufacture, to develop.
研制，
To manufacture, to develop.
盐，
Salt,
盐，
Salt.
眼镜，
spectacles, eyeglasses.
眼镜，
Spectacles, eyeglasses.
眼泪，
Tears, crying.
眼泪，
Tears, crying.
严厉，
In one's eyes, within one's vision, within one's care.
严厉，
In one's eyes, within one's vision, within one's care.
演讲，
Lecture, to make a speech.
演讲，
Lecture, to make a speech.
阳台，
Balcony, porch.
阳台，
Balcony, porch.
养成，
To cultivate, to raise, to form, to acquire.
养成，
To cultivate, to raise, to form, to acquire.
腰，
Waist, lower back, pocket, middle, loins.
腰，
Waist, lower back, pocket, middle, loins.
摇，
To shake, to rock, to row, to crank.
摇，
To shake, to rock, to row, to crank.
药物，
Medicine, drug.
药物，
Medicine, drug.
要，
Want, muse, wish, if.
要，
want, muse, wish, if.
业余
amateur,
业余
amateur.
叶子
leaf, foliage,
叶子
Leaf, foliage.
医疗
medical treatment,
医疗
Medical treatment.
医学
medicine, medical science, study of medicine,
医学
Medicine, medical science, study of medicine.
依靠
to rely on something, to depend on,
依靠
To rely on something, to depend on.
依然
still, as before,
依然
Still, as before.
依律
same, uniformly, all, without exception,
依律
Same, uniformly, all, without exception.
依在
repeatedly,
依在
Repeatedly.
医治
unanimous, identical,
医治
Unanimous, identical.
移
to move, to shift, to change, to alter, to remove,
移
To move, to shift, to change, to alter, to remove.
移动
to move, movement, migration, mobile, portable,
移动
To move, movement, migration, mobile, portable.
移民
to immigrate, to migrate, emigrant, immigrant,
移民
To immigrate, to migrate, emigrant, immigrant.
遗产
heritage, legacy, inheritance, bequest,
遗产
Heritage, legacy, inheritance, bequest.
遗传
heredity, to inherit, to pass on,
遗传
Heredity, to inherit, to pass on.
疑问
question, interrogation, doubt,
疑问
Question, interrogation, doubt.
以及
as well as, to, and,
以及
As well as, to, and.
以内
within, less than,
以内
Within, less than.
一般来说
generally speaking,
一般来说
Generally speaking.
义务
duty, obligation, volunteer,
义务
duty, obligation, volunteer.
议论、
To comment, to talk about, to discuss, discussion.
议论、
To comment, to talk about, to discuss, discussion.
引、
To lead, to quote, to cause, to guide.
引、
To lead, to quote, to cause, to guide.
引导、
To guide, to lead, to conduct, to boot, introduction, primer.
引导、
To guide, to lead, to conduct, to boot, introduction, primer.
引进、
To recommend, to introduce.
引进、
To recommend, to introduce.
引起、
To give rise to lead to cause, to arouse.
引起、
To give rise to lead to cause, to arouse.
因、
Answer, respond, to cope, to comply with, should, ought to.
因、
Answer, respond, to cope, to comply with, should, ought to.
英勇、
Heroic, gallant, valiant.
英勇、
Heroic, gallant, valiant.
营业、
To do business, to trade.
营业、
To do business, to trade.
赢得、
To win, to gain.
赢得、
To win, to gain.
影子、
Shadow, reflection.
影子、
Shadow, reflection.
勇敢、
Brave, courageous.
勇敢、
Brave, courageous.
勇气、
Courage, valor.
勇气、
Courage, valor.
用途、
Use, application.
用途、
Use, application.
优良、
Fine, good, first rate.
优良、
Fine, good, first rate.
优美、
Graceful, fine, elegant.
优美、
Graceful, fine, elegant.
优秀、
Outstanding, excellent.
优秀、
Outstanding, excellent.
邮局、
Post office.
邮局、
Post office.
有劲、
To have great strength, vigorous, energetic.
有劲、
To have great strength, vigorous, energetic.
有趣、
Interesting, fascinating, amusing.
有趣、
Interesting, fascinating, amusing.
有限、
Limited, finite.
有限、
Limited, finite.
幼儿园、
Kindergarten, nursery school.
幼儿园、
Kindergarten, nursery school.
于是、
Thereupon, as a result, consequently, thus, hence.
于是、
Thereupon, as a result, consequently, thus, hence.
语法、
Grammar.
语法、
Grammar.
语音、
Voice.
语音、
Voice.
玉、
Jade.
玉、
Jade.
玉米、
Corn, maize.
玉米、
Corn, maize.
预测、
To forecast, to predict.
预测、
To forecast, to predict.
预定、
To place an order, to book ahead.
预定、
To place an order, to book ahead.
遇、
To meet, to encounter, to treat, to receive, opportunity, chance.
预、
To meet, to encounter, to treat, to receive, opportunity, chance.
遇到、
To meet, to run into, to come across.
遇到、
To meet, to run into, to come across.
遇见、
To meet.
遇见、
To meet.
原料、
Raw material.
原料、
Raw material.
原则、
Principle, doctrine.
原则、
Principle, doctrine.
圆、
Circle, round, circular, spherical, to justify.
圆、
Circle, round, circular, spherical, to justify.
圆满、
Satisfactory, consummate, perfect.
圆满、
Satisfactory, consummate, perfect.
约会、
Appointment, engagement, date, to arrange to meet.
约会、
Appointment, engagement, date, to arrange to meet.
月底、
End of the month.
月底、
End of the month.
阅读、
To read, reading.
阅读、
To read, reading.
运动会，
sports competition,
运动会，
sports competition,
运动员，
athlete,
运动员，
athlete,
运气，
luck,
运气，
luck,
运用，
to use, to put to use,
运用，
to use, to put to use,
再三，
over and over again, again and again,
再三，
over and over again, again and again,
在乎，
to care about,
在乎，
to care about,
在于，
to be in, to lie in, to consist in, to depend on, to rest with,
在于，
to be in, to lie in, to consist in, to depend on, to rest with,
赞成，
to approve, to endorse,
赞成，
to approve, to endorse,
赞赏，
to admire, to praise, to appreciate,
赞赏，
to admire, to praise, to appreciate,
赞助，
to support, to assist, to sponsor,
赞助，
to support, to assist, to sponsor,
造型，
to model, to shape, appearance, style, design, form, pose,
造型，
to model, to shape, appearance, style, design, form, pose,
战斗，
to fight, to engage in combat, struggle, battle,
战斗，
to fight, to engage in combat, struggle, battle,
战胜，
to prevail over, to defeat, to surmount,
战胜，
to prevail over, to defeat, to surmount,
战士，
fighter, soldier, warrior,
战士，
fighter, soldier, warrior,
战争，
war, conflict,
战争，
war, conflict,
丈夫，
husband,
丈夫，
husband,
招呼，
to call out to greet, to say hello to inform, to take care of,
招呼，
to call out to greet, to say hello to inform, to take care of,
着，
to touch, to come in contact with, ignited,
着，
to touch, to come in contact with, ignited,
着火，
to ignite, to burn,
着火，
to ignite, to burn.
着急，
To worry, to feel anxious.
着急，
To worry, to feel anxious.
召开，
To convene, to convoke, to call together.
召开，
To convene, to convoke, to call together.
折，
To fold, to discount, to break, to bend.
折，
To fold, to discount, to break, to bend.
针，
Needle, pin, injection, stitch.
针，
Needle, pin, injection, stitch.
针对，
To target, to focus on, to be aimed at or against, in response to.
针对，
To target, to focus on, to be aimed at or against, in response to.
震，
Disposition of troops, wave, spate, burst, spell, short period of time.
震，
Disposition of troops, wave, spate, burst, spell, short period of time.
争论，
To argue, to debate, to contend, argument, contention, controversy, debate.
争论，
To argue, to debate, to contend, argument, contention, controversy, debate.
征服，
To conquer, to subdue, to vanquish.
征服，
To conquer, to subdue, to vanquish.
征求，
To solicit, to seek, to request, to petition.
征求，
To solicit, to seek, to request, to petition.
政府，
Government.
政府，
Government.
政治，
Politics, political.
政治，
Politics, political.
之后，
Afterwards, following, later, after.
之后，
Afterwards, following, later, after.
之间，
Between, among, inter.
之间，
Between, among, inter.
之前，
Before, prior to, ago, previously, beforehand.
之前，
Before, prior to, ago, previously, beforehand.
之一，
One of, one out of a multitude, one.
之一，
One of, one out of a multitude, one.
之，
To support, to sustain, to erect, to raise, branch, division, to draw money, classifier for rods such as pens and guns.
之，
To support, to sustain, to erect, to raise, branch, division, to draw money, classifier for rods such as pens and guns.
植物，
plant, vegetation.
植物，
plant, vegetation.
指挥，
To conduct, to command, to direct, conductor.
指挥，
To conduct, to command, to direct, conductor.
制定，
To work out, to formulate.
制定，
To work out, to formulate.
质量，
Quality, mass.
质量，
Quality, mass.
治，
To rule, to govern, to manage, to control, to harness, to treat, to wipe out, to punish.
治，
To rule, to govern, to manage, to control, to harness, to treat, to wipe out, to punish.
治疗，
To treat, medical treatment, therapy.
治疗，
To treat, medical treatment, therapy.
智力，
Intelligence, intellect.
智力，
Intelligence, intellect.
智能，
Intelligent, able, smart.
智能，
Intelligent, able, smart.
中介，
To act as intermediary, to link, intermediate, agency, agent.
中介，
To act as intermediary, to link, intermediate, agency, agent.
种类，
Kind, genus, type, category, variety, species, sort, class.
种类，
Kind, genus, type, category, variety, species, sort, class.
中奖，
To win a prize, a successful gamble.
中奖，
To win a prize, a successful gamble.
种，
To plant, to grow, to cultivate.
种，
To plant, to grow, to cultivate.
种植，
To plant, to grow.
种植，
To plant, to grow.
重量，
Weight.
重量，
Weight.
逐步，
Progressively, step by step.
逐步，
Progressively, step by step.
逐渐，
Gradually.
逐渐，
Gradually.
主题，
Theme, subject.
主题，
Theme, subject.
主席，
Chairperson, premier, chairman.
主席，
Chairperson, premier, chairman.
祝福，
Blessings, to wish somebody well.
祝福，
blessings, to wish somebody well.
著名、
famous, noted, well known, celebrated.
著名，
famous, noted, well known, celebrated.
著作、
To write, literary work, book, article, writings.
著作，
To write, literary work, book, article, writings.
抓紧、
To grasp firmly, to pay special attention to rush in, to make the most of.
抓紧，
To grasp firmly, to pay special attention to rush in, to make the most of.
专心、
To concentrate, absorption, concentration, engrossed.
专心，
To concentrate, absorption, concentration, engrossed.
转动、
To turn a sth around, to swivel.
转动，
To turn sth around, to swivel.
转告、
To pass on, to communicate, to transmit.
转告，
To pass on, to communicate, to transmit.
转身、
To turn round, to face about, to remarry.
转身，
To turn round, to face about, to remarry.
转弯、
To turn, to go around a corner.
转弯，
To turn, to go around a corner.
转移、
To shift, to divert or distract, to change, to transform, metastasis, to evacuate.
转移，
To shift, to divert or distract, to change, to transform, metastasis, to evacuate.
装修、
To decorate, interior decoration, to fit up, to renovate.
装修，
To decorate, interior decoration, to fit up, to renovate.
装置、
To install, installation, equipment, system, unit, device.
装置，
To install, installation, equipment, system, unit, device.
追求、
To pursue stubbornly, to seek after, to woo.
追求，
To pursue stubbornly, to seek after, to woo.
准时、
On time, punctual, on schedule.
准时，
On time, punctual, on schedule.
资料、
Material, resources, data, information, profile.
资料，
Material, resources, data, information, profile.
资源、
Natural resource, resource.
资源，
Natural resource, resource.
自、
Self, oneself, from, since, naturally, surely.
自，
self, oneself, from, since, naturally, surely.
自信、
To have confidence in oneself, self-confidence.
自信、
To have confidence in oneself, self-confidence.
字母、
Letter.
字母、
Letter.
综合、
Comprehensive, composite, synthesized, mixed, to sum up, to integrate, to synthesize.
综合、
Comprehensive, composite, synthesized, mixed, to sum up, to integrate, to synthesize.
总共、
Altogether, in sum, in all, in total.
总共、
Altogether, in sum, in all, in total.
总理、
Premier, Prime Minister.
总理、
Premier, Prime Minister.
总统、
President.
总统、
President.
总之、
In a word, in short, in brief.
总之、
In a word, in short, in brief.
阻止、
To prevent, to block.
阻止、
To prevent, to block.
嘴巴、
Mouth, slap in the face.
嘴巴、
Mouth, slap in the face.
最初、
First, primary, initial, original, at first, initially, originally.
最初、
First, primary, initial, original, at first, initially, originally.
做出、
To put out, to come up with, to make.
做出、
To put out, to come up with, to make.
作为、
Accomplishment, achievement, to act as, to serve as.
作为、
Accomplishment, achievement, to act as, to serve as.
做梦、
To dream, to have a dream.
做梦、
To dream, to have a dream.